we are live. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Fairfax City Council for the City of Fairfax, Virginia, for Tuesday, June 28, 2022. We will begin this evening's meeting with an invocation given by Councilmember Ross, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. As you are able and so inclined, please rise.
Good evening. Out of respect for the many beliefs and values we share in this community, let us pause tonight and provide a moment of reflection in silence. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item number 4 on the agenda is presentations and proclamations. We have none this evening. So we will go to item number 5, which is presentations by the public on any item not subject to a public hearing. We do have a couple of public hearings this evening, but if you want to speak to the City Council on any item not subject to a public hearing, this is your opportunity to do so. 2 individuals have previously signed up to speak, and I'm going to recognize each of those in the order they signed up, and then I'll open it up to anyone else. The first is Patrick Booker. Is he here? Patrick Booker? Okay. The next person is Mark Chandler. Please state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. Many of you know me, Mark Chandler, 4013 Chestnut Street, Fairfax, City of Fairfax, Virginia. I am here tonight to express my support for the Glebe View Presbyterian Church housing project. I don't attend the Presbyterian Church. I attend the Fairfax Church of Christ in Fairfax County, but we're doing a similar project, and this is why I'm supporting this. We're doing a similar project with our church. Is we are building, expanding our church and adding a daycare center, which is a much-needed resource. And often I walk down through the area there, and I saw the sign for their church where they're expanding their facility to include low-income housing. That is one of the most important things that we need in this community, is to provide a resource. This is low-income housing, I shouldn't say low-income housing, affordable housing, provides an opportunity for access to better schools, better resources. Also, it just provides stability. So I'm here just to support that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. No other persons have signed up. Is there anyone else present this evening who would like to speak to the City Council? Seeing none, I will now go to item number 6, which is the adoption of the agenda. Councilmember Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move the City Council adopt the agenda as presented.
Second.
The motion was made by Councilmember Miller, seconded by Councilmember Staley. All in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And before I go any further, Ms. Zipp, is Councilmember Lim on the call this evening at all?
Mr. Mayor, she's not participating tonight at all.
Okay.
She's
all
absent.
right. I will note that Councilmember Lim is absent this evening. So adoption of the agenda is approved unanimously 5-0. We now go to the consent agenda. Councilmember Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move adoption of a consent agenda for the following items. Agenda item 7A, consideration of adoption of the City of Fairfax purchasing requisition. Agenda item number 7B, consideration of a resolution to endorse the city's submission of the South Street Extension Project to the Virginia Department of Transportation for fiscal year 26 smart scale funding. Agenda item number 7C, consideration of a resolution to endorse the city's submission of the George Snyder Trail Extension to the Virginia Department of Transportation for fiscal year 26 Smart Scale funding. Agenda item number 7D, consideration of a resolution settling the allocation percentage for setting the allocation percentage for personal property tax relief in parens PPTR in the City of Fairfax for the 2022 tax year at 37.75%. Agenda item number 7E, consideration of an award of construction contract for drainage improvements, Fairfax Boulevard and Meredith Drive. Agenda item number 7F, introduction of an appropriation resolution in the amount of $75,000 to the Economic Development Authority resulting from an award by the Virginia Tourism Corporation for tourism-specific programming. I move to approve the consent agenda items number 7A through F and the motion accompanying the consent agenda items as printed.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilmember Miller, seconded by Councilmember Staley. Does any member of the City Council wish to abstain or have this not considered in on the consent agenda? Councilmember Ross.
Yes, I'd like to request that we remove agenda item number 7F, which is the introduction of an appropriation resolution of $75,000 to the EDA.
Okay. Any other items? All right. With the exception of 7F, all in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, and I will ask the staff presentation for 7F and recognize Mr. Christopher Bruno, who is the director of our Office of Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's pretty straightforward from the staff report. This is just an appropriation or an introduction of an appropriation for $75,000, which was granted to the city via the Virginia Tourism Corporation for tourism-specific funding. We have proposed 4 programs which are detailed in the staff report. The first is enhancing the town and gown relationship with George Mason University and Northern Virginia Community College for $40,000. The second is creating an Explore Fairfax print and virtual map program for $25,000. The third is a mural design and installation program for $25,000. And the fourth is an artistic light installation for $60,000. You probably noticed that does not equal $75,000. That's $150,000. The $75,000 tonight is the first half of the award from the Virginia Tourism Corporation. For us it's essentially seed funding to start the projects. Once they are underway and we reach a certain point, we come back to you and seek a second appropriation for it.
Thank you, Mr. Bruno. Questions, Councilmember Ross?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Bruno. And the reason I pulled this off was I think it was really important for us to highlight this to our citizens, these initiatives and discussion that we're playing, because I think we all ultimately play a part in helping create the environment for the city to become an attractive place for people to come and visit, stay, and spend money. We look forward to hearing these. What is your anticipated timing on these? Do you have a time frame at this point about when they may be able to be initiated?
We are currently hiring the program manager for these positions, assuming this gets appropriated in a couple of weeks, and we hope to get started as soon as possible. So certainly before the end of the year, probably before the end of the summer is when we'll start seeing some implementation as well.
Great. Well, we appreciate your presentation tonight and an update when things move along on this. But I'm happy to support this, Mr. Mayor.
Other comments, Councilmember Yee?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate Councilmember Ross pulling this for further discussion. So since while we're on this topic, a couple things. In the staff report for the mural design and installation, it says it's $25,000, but the second bullet point says that how it will be the funding will be used. It says $12,500 will be split evenly to support 2 muralists. I'm assuming that you're going to split $25,000?
Yes. Correct.
So let's just be accurate in what we're presenting out there. So each muralist will receive $12,500.
Yes.
The artistic light installation, would there be any, I guess, based on all this on the surface, it sounds wonderful and sounds enlightening, no pun intended, maybe. But is there going to be any approval process on the final design of what light
installations we may have in the city and where it will go. And because some of it in the staff report also mentions that it'll increase the brightness in the streets for pedestrian safety, which may be all true and well and good and all, but I think we're already in the process of changing our gas lights to LED, and that's supposed to be for pedestrian safety. So not sure what we're looking at here.
The simple and I think short answer is yes, there will be an approval process through the regulatory channels within the city. Truthfully, this is very early in this process, and this required us to select proposals from essentially a menu that VTC had available, and we selected and put forth, I think, 8, and these are the 4 that were approved. And so now that we have approved or been approved for this, we will then continue scoping with VTC. So there's a long process to go through for this. But we'll certainly have to comply with the Board of Architectural Review, with zoning requirements, all of these types of things. We did include this comment about increasing pedestrian safety in certain areas throughout the city because we've heard from feedback that certain areas of the city are too dark. So we figured this could be addressing that issue as well.
Okay. And I just want to put this out there that I'm really supportive of the EDA being as independent as possible. And from what I understand, this might have been a strange circumstance where the VTC, the Virginia Tourism Corporation, provided money to the city when it could have probably gone straight to the EDA. We just don't have a direct marketing organization here, which normally would go to them.
And that's, you're exactly right. That's the typical flow of awards from VTC award funds would be to the DMO, the Destination Marketing Organization. We do not have an active one here in the city of Fairfax. So the secondary award channels can be directly to the EDA. In this case, it went through the city, which necessitated this introduction of an appropriation.
Right. So normally, we probably wouldn't even have a chance to talk about it like this right now if it had gone just straight to the DMO, the
Correct.
Destination Marketing Organization. However, since we do, I do want to put that out there that, yes, I'm supportive of this, and I want the EDA to be able to engage in these activities. However, again, this artistic light installation is something that gives me a little pause in the sense that I just want to make sure that that's done correctly, and there is such a thing as light pollution, and there are residences in downtown as well, and we surely wouldn't want to impede their ability to sleep at night or things like that. So
The closest model geographically for this type of installation is essentially what the Georgetown Business Improvement District does, and they have established parameters for what type of buildings these can be on, how long they can stay on, the brightness level. All of these things will be considered before we put these up.
excellent. Thank you, Mr. Bruno.
Other comments? I will just note that for those who are interested, the program description for this activity will identify a marketing firm that's capable of developing a program to strengthen the relationship of the city with the 2 higher education campuses close by, in both Northern Virginia Community College and George Mason University, and to target these students and then convert them to long-term customers in the city. And the firm that we're going to select should have unique marketing skills to plan and manage a program to convert this target audience, and that will include a marketing campaign, keystone events, and a website that's designed specifically for this demographic group. I think this is absolutely critical. Now, George Mason University is the largest payroll in the Central Fairfax region. And with the opening of the flats on University in August, this will become far more relevant and timely as we move forward. So I commend the EDO staff for pursuing this at this time. I think you're catching the wave just at the right time. So with that, I will recognize Councilmember Ross for a motion.
Yes, and I am pleased to support this. I'm confident that the EDA has the resources to properly manage this and do a good job in making sure all those considerations are addressed. I move to introduce an appropriation in the amount of $75,000 to the Economic Development. Wait a minute. Apologize. To the Economic Development Authority resulting from an award by the Virginia Tourism Corporation for tourism-specific programming. I further move to waive the first reading and set the public hearing for July 12, 2022.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilmember Ross and seconded by Councilmember Miller. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, and it passes unanimously, 5-0. We will now we'll go to our first public hearing. This is a public hearing and a council action on a request from Richard Aiken, applicant for consideration of an amendment to a special use permit pursuant to City Code Section 3.1.1b to allow a private club in the commercial CR retail zoning district and architectural control overlay district for consideration of a major certificate of appropriateness pursuant to Section 110-6.5.3 on the premises known as 3529 Chainbridge Road. Let me put this in the vernacular. This is the Moose Lodge just north of the Best Western on Chainbridge Road. So now everybody knows where it really is. We will begin with a presentation by Ms. Chevrolet from our Planning and Community Development staff.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We're here to discuss a special use permit applied by Centerville Moose Lodge. The 1.14 acre subject site, formerly known as Tokapi Restaurant, was developed in 1972 as a restaurant and is located on a service road on the east side of Chainbridge Road. The site has a 6,882 square feet fraternal clubhouse that has been operating since 2001, which was granted an SUP in 2000 for operation. Subject site is zoned CR commercial retail. Property to the north, south, and east are zoned CR commercial retail. The site is located within the activity center place type as designated in the comprehensive plan. Properties to the south and east are designated activity center as well. Property to the north is designated Green Network Public. The applicant requests a special use permit to allow additions to a private club in the CR commercial retail zoning district, along with a major certificate of appropriateness. The site has two curb cuts from the service road, one way in and one way out. The applicant is proposing to expand and screen in an existing porch on the north side, which is shown in blue, and a 360 square foot covered porch on the south side of the building, along with the 250 square foot fully enclosed storage. The existing north porch is 440 square feet, and the proposed addition to the porch would be 350 square feet, including the storage. The southern porch addition is proposed along the property line and is visible, somewhat visible from the right-of-way. No side interior yard is required within the CR commercial zoning district. The site currently has approximately 71 parking spaces. A private club use requires 1 parking space per 200 square feet of floor area. The existing building is 6,882 square feet, and 35 parking spaces would be required. The proposed additions are not enclosed floor area, and thus the parking regulations do not apply. The proposed fully enclosed closet storage is 250 square feet and would require 2 additional spaces. The site would still have 34 extra parking spaces. The proposed addition does not increase capacity, therefore there is no anticipated increase in trips. The CR commercial retail zoning district allows 85% lot coverage. The existing lot coverage is at 85%. The applicant is increasing the lot coverage to 86.6% with the additions. The applicant has applied for an administrative numerical adjustment, which is currently under review by the zoning administrator. The ANA process allows a 20% numerical adjustment to the applicable standards. The applicant is proposing removal of 1 pin oak for building the southern porch, highlighted in green. The existing tree canopy is 19%. A total of 10% tree canopy is required within the CR zoning district. The proposed canopy after the tree removal will be 17%, so the applicant meets the tree canopy requirements. The applicant does not propose any new landscaping. All open space requirements will be reviewed by zoning department at the time of permitting. Staff firmly believes that there are ancillary areas on the site that could be converted from impervious to pervious surfaces, therefore not needing the ANA. The proposed southern covered porch would be 13 feet wide and would extend from the front building wall. This porch would be roughly 27 feet in depth. The highlighted portions show the additions, the south and the north one. Starting at the base of the porch, the applicant is proposing a masonry knee wall with a brick face and a wrought iron rail above. On top of the masonry wall, there would be a flagstone cap. The railing would be made of aluminum in color charcoal black and would be 42 inches above the adjacent walking surface. There is currently an existing north covered porch, but the applicant requested an addition and screening of that porch with an addition. The width of the porch would increase roughly by 3 feet 8 inches. Part of the existing porch would turn into a closet. The closet would be 24 feet in depth. The face of the closet would consist of EIFS that would mimic the existing stucco. The applicant is proposing to screen the porch with the black epoxy powder coated aluminum insect screen. The picture to the left shows where the north porch, the extension of the north porch will be the addition. And the picture to the right shows where the south porch will be, and this tree will be taken out. With that, staff recommends approval of the amendment to the special use permit with the following conditions. Operation of this establishment shall be consistent with application, statement of support, and plans, subject to minor modifications by the zoning administrator. Development shall be in conformance with land use plans submitted on August 28, 2021. The administrative numerical adjustment needs to be approved by the zoning administrator, or the required lot coverage maximum shall be met prior to the issuance of permits for the additions. Development shall be in compliance with the special use permit recommendations approved in 2000. Staff recommends approval of the request for a major certificate of appropriateness with the following conditions. The proposed modifications shall be in general conformance with the plans and renderings received by staff in November of 2001 and recommended by the Board of Architectural Reviews as of January 19, 2022. The applicant shall secure all required zoning approvals and permits prior to construction. With that, I'll take any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you for the thorough overview. Questions of the staff? Any? Councilmember Yee?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's kind of a timing question. Okay. So the major changes here really are just screening porches. And I noticed that the application plans were submitted on August 28th, 2021. So I see you cringing. It's almost a year. Like, what happened in this year?
So the application was submitted, and when the comments were sent out, the applicant came back with the numerical adjustment discussions that they had with previous staff, who's not on staff anymore. And they couldn't cite who the person was, so it kind of took long for them to find their correspondence with the previous staff, and then trying to get the numerical adjustment process started with the zoning department. So it just, the back and forth just took time.
So it's because mainly you have a staff transfer from our side?
Well, it's just mainly trying to find which staff gave them the direction. And
I see. Okay. That's really all I had. It just kind of stuck out to me when I was reading the report.
Yeah, it just took time because of that. Staff was on point trying to get in touch with the applicant if they did find the person or if they have been in process, and trying to get this done as soon as we can.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Ross?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Cheverly, for that report. I just really only had one question and a comment. Actually, this is the only place in Fairfax City where I have known to see a moose. There's actually a moose out in front of the building, so anybody is anxious to look for a moose, that's a place to go. Have there been any concerns or issues surrounding the property or its use, and since this was established that we know of?
Staff has not
Neighborhood
been
concerns, other concerns?
Staff has not been made aware of any
Okay.
concerns.
All right, thank you. That's all I had, Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
Any other comments? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Does the applicant wish to make a statement of any kind?
I don't think there's anything I can add to the
All right.
comprehensive presentation that this
Okay.
committee gave us.
For those watching at home, the staff's representative, the applicant's representative has said there's nothing more to add to the presentation that was presented by the staff.
I think she knows the building better than I do at this point.
This is a public hearing. Ms. Zip, has this been properly advertised?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to open this to, open the public hearing and see if there's anyone present this evening who would like to speak to this matter. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing, place this matter in the hands of the council. There are two actions before the council this evening, a special use permit and a major certificate of appropriateness. So I will begin by recognizing Councilmember Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the City Council approve the request from Richard Adkins, applicant for consideration of an amendment to a special use permit pursuant to City Code Section 110-3.3.1B to allow private clubs in the CR Commercial Retail Zoning District and Architectural Control Overlay District, and for consideration of a major certificate of appropriateness pursuant to City Code Section 110-6.5.3 on the premises known as 3529 Chainbridge Road, and more particularly described as tax map parcel 47-4-02-003-A with the following conditions. 1. Operation of this establishment shall be consistent with application, statement of support, and plan subject to minor modification by the zoning administrator. 2. Development shall be in conformance with land use plan submitted on August 28, 2021. 3. The administrative numerical adjustment needs to be approved by the zoning administrator, or the required lot covering maximum shall be met prior to the issuance of permits for the additions. 4. Development shall be in compliance with the special use permit recommendations approved in 2000.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilmember Miller and seconded by Councilmember Staley. Any further discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? And it passes unanimously, 5-0. Councilmember Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the City Council approve the request from Richard Aitken, applicant, for consideration of an amendment to a special use permit pursuant to City Code Section 110-3.3.1B to allow private clubs in the CR Commercial Retail Zoning District and Architectural Control Overlay District, and for consideration of a major certificate of appropriateness pursuant to City Code Section 110-6.5.3 on the premises known as 3529 Chainbridge Road, and more particularly described as tax map parcel 47-4-02-003-A, subject to the following conditions as may be amended by City Council. Number 1, the proposed modification shall be in general conformance with the plans and renderings received by staff in November 2021 and recommended by the Board of Architectural Review as of January 19, 2022. 2, the applicant shall secure all required zoning approvals and permits prior to construction.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilmember Miller and seconded by Councilmember Staley. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And it passes unanimously, 5-0. Congratulations to the Moose Lodge.
Thank you.
And thank you, staff, for the presentation. We will now go to item number 9 on the, now go to item number 8B, which is also a public hearing and council action on whether to adopt a new replacement city seal. and we'll have a staff presentation by Ms. Zip, our council clerk and chief of staff.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight we are here to present you with the proposed new city seal, and we are requesting council approval of the following city seal. This is a very short presentation. I can go through these different iterations that we have looked at already, if the council chooses to do that. Otherwise, this is it. Here's our current seal on the left, and our proposed seal is on the right. I would also like to let the council know that you received a revised staff report this evening. I made some changes to the resolution, and then as well to the fiscal impact, just to let you know that for the FY23 budget, we did put aside $200,000 for the implementation of the seal. Just to give you an idea of where the seal is, it's directly behind you. It's on the backs of your chairs. That's just in the council chambers. It's also on all of our rolling stock, on our buses, obviously part of our rolling stock, uniforms, jackets, all of the flags in the city, which we will also need to share with our regional boards and commissions because they all have a flag as well. And then our patches for our public safety, police department, and fire department. Those are also on our rolling stock, as well as uniforms and jackets and other places as well. Most of our business cards we use the brand on, so those may not have to change. As well as our business letterhead, we use electronic business letterhead, so we don't have any printing costs to go with that. Staff is requesting that we bring forward our implementation plan. If the council chooses to approve a city seal tonight, we would bring that forward at the first FY23 quarterly review, and that would also include the cost estimates for the change out of the city seal. That is all I have for council. If there are any questions, I would be happy to answer. Oh, I apologize. One other thing, one of the other changes on the resolution is to request the adoption tonight with an effective date of January 1, 2023 for the seal. The reason for that is the committees for both patches, for the police patch and the fire patch, they're in their brainstorming process right now, which goes until July 1. And then they have a path laid out with the designer to select their patches. Based on that timeline, it looks like it's possible they could have new patches by September. But again, it's a rough timeline. That is all I have for council. I will take any questions.
Okay, thank you. This has been a subject of considerable discussion by this council through a number of sequential work sessions and information outreach meetings. But I will ask my colleagues if there are any additional comments at this point. Councilman Yee.
I have a hat trick here. So, Ms. Zip, the amount is going to go up to $200,000, but that was what was originally budgeted for, right?
Correct. We've
And the
budgeted
staff,
$200,000 for it.
right, and the staff report said that it's anticipated that it would exceed $100,000. Are we anticipating it would exceed $200,000, or we think we'll stay within that budget?
We don't know at this time. The goal is to stay within that budget. The $100,000, we had put aside $100,000 in FY22, so there's still some of those funds remaining, and those will be pushed over to 23. But with the goal of the patch committees to keep their patches either the same shape or a little bit larger so that we don't have to purchase new jackets and we can just purchase new patches and have them replaced, that will cut down on costs, especially when it comes to uniforms, because those are quite expensive for police and fire for public safety.
Okay, I just put that out there too, that to an eye towards saving dollars there to
Absolutely.
get the same effect is very, very important.
Right, which is why we want to come back at the first quarter review of FY23, so that would be October timeframe. Sorry, talking too fast. And we can give you a better idea of what the costs are going to be going forward to implement the patches and the seal.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Other questions or comments? Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing, so it's been properly advertised.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing and see if anyone present in the council chambers would like to speak to this item. Yes, sir. Welcome. Please state your name and address for the
Ladies and
record.
gentlemen, Doug Schaus, 11010 Fairchester Drive, Fairfax, Virginia. I assume I have to say that again. It's been a long time. Yeah, nice to see you, David. I'm here to talk about this particular changing of the seal. I understand that item number 9 has been deferred, so I can also talk with that as well. Quite frankly,
This is a public hearing on item 8B, which is the seal.
right.
So,
Okay.
if you would like to speak to the other item, your opportunity was on item number 5. So,
Very good.
okay.
I'm not quite sure why we have to change the city seal. It's part of history. It's part of our history in the city of Fairfax. Many of you have worked alongside for quite a few years, and that I've lived here since '92. Historic Fairfax is where I first met you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Ross, first met you. I don't think that it would be wise to try to change history here in the city. The seal means something. It means that we're proud of this city, as far as I feel, and that erasing the two figures on the current seal, I think, is misguided and short-sighted. Okay? I'm not sure if this has been very well, let's say, distributed around the city and seeing what people's views are. I have. I saw the people that you hired to take a look at this. I read all those comments. There's a lot for and there's a lot against. I don't think that this city council needs to get into woke ideology and woke politics. History is not the plaything for political narratives. It should be used as a tool to teach our children and other people in this city about our history. Erasing the existence of the city seal, which stands there right behind you, I think it's the really, really wrong thing to do. It amounts to what, in my view, is a big mistake. Short-sighted, as I say. So I'm almost ending. Well, there you go. So I'd like for you all to vote against this. Keep our city the way it is. Be proud of the city that you live in. Don't go changing our history. It's not needed at this time, and you really should give it a lot of hard thought before you do something like this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to, to speak to this matter on the public hearing? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and place this matter in the hands of the council. I recognize Councilmember Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the City Council approve a resolution adopting and replacing the official seal of the City of Fairfax, Virginia.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilmember Miller and seconded by Councilmember Staley. All in favor of this motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And it passes unanimously, 5-0. We'll now go to item number 9, the item number 9 is being deferred to July 12, 2022. So we'll go to item number 10, which is approval of the minutes. There is none at this time. So now we go to item number 11, which is to recess our regular meeting and go into a work session. We have 2 items on the work session this evening. First is a discussion on a rezoning application by Fairfax Presbyterian Church and Habitat for Humanity. We will begin with a presentation by Mr. Frederick, and welcome.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. This is a post-work session for a discussion on a rezoning and a master development plan. The subject property is located at 10723 Main Street, Fairfax Presbyterian Church. An initial application was received in March 2021. The BAR application was received on November 10th, 2021. The BAR held a work session on March 2nd, 2022, and the Planning Commission held a work session on June 13th, 2022. The applicant met with BAR last week in a public hearing on June 15th, and we are here today in the post-work session with City Council. Again, the request is for rezoning from RH to planned development mixed use in the Architectural Control Overlay District, an approval of a master development plan for 10 townhomes with 10 parking spaces per unit and 10 visitor spaces, along with 38 additional parking spaces and drive aisle, while continuing the existing uses on 8.25 acres. And the applicant has submitted a major certificate of appropriateness for architecture and landscaping. So the original church was constructed around 1960. The existing building is roughly 43,000 square feet with 225 parking spaces. So the pictures in front of you were taken of the front of the daycare center, picture of the glebe and the sanctuary with the spire. So some site photos of the parking lot. The top left corner is the parking lot looking to the north. Moving to the right is along the western property line looking to the south. The bottom left corner is looking east along the eastern property line, and the bottom right corner is looking west along the western property line. Some additional photos of the pedestrian trail to the west of the site. So this is the trail that's looking west. The bottom left corner is looking at Presbyterian Way, looking to the south, and the picture on the right is the parking lot area on the west side looking to the south. Photos to the left top corner is looking north towards Fairfax Nursing Center, and the bottom right corner is looking towards Cameron Glen to the east. So area photo of the subject property. The site's bound by Main Street, Autumn Woods to the west, Cameron Glen to the east, and Joyce Heights subdivision to the south. The comprehensive plan For the subject property, future land use designation is Social and Civic Network. The Social and Civic Network supports residential uses at this location, provided that such residential uses are considered affordable. New development of or modification to existing social and civic uses located in any residential neighborhood should be complement to the surrounding properties and provide a transitional screening where necessary. So in terms of the comprehensive plan, the housing goal number 2 states ensure availability of housing that is affordable. The application meets the outcome of H21. Affordable housing units have been added to the city's housing stock through redevelopment and strategic investments. And also the action of H214 provide alternative means of accommodating new dedicated affordable housing, supporting or partnering with private, nonprofit, or faith-based organizations, and co-locating affordable housing with public construction. So in terms of the comprehensive plan, the proposal is consistent with housing goal number 2. The Virginia code outlines what defines affordable housing. The comprehensive plan has adopted that language in terms of affordable housing. And the city in June 23rd of 2020 adopted affordable housing dwelling ordinance to implement the comprehensive plan. In terms of this application, the applicant is proposing 10 units. The minimum of 30 units is required. Therefore, Section 3.9 is not applicable to this land use application. So, and the Fairfax Presbyterian Church is the property owner. Habitat DC Nova is the developer, and Homestretch Sacred Homes is a prospective buyer of 2 units. The proposed rezoning, again, is from RH to planned development mixed use. So the current zoning designation is residential high, and the proposal is to planned development mixed use. So in terms of the master development plan, the master development plan continues the existing Fairfax Presbyterian Church, daycare center, and the ancillary uses. It proposes the 10 townhomes with parking and additional parking spaces. So here's an overall view of the master development plan. Phase 1 of the proposal includes 10 townhomes with 2 parking spaces for each unit and 10 visitor service parking spaces with a density of 1.2 units per acre. The applicant is proposing 2 rows of townhomes with 5 units per row. All 10 units would have 3 levels, 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, and a rear loaded 1-car garage and 1 parking space in the driveway. 2 of the 10 units will be sold to Homestretch. The townhomes are proposed at approximately 40 feet in height. Phase 1 includes all existing uses on site, such as the existing church with a height of 32 feet and 225 parking spaces, and the existing church spire at 100 feet, approximately 100 feet, in the glebe with a memorial garden. This phase also includes all infrastructure with the development of the 10 units, as well as infrastructure improvements for Phase 2. Phase 1 includes the required open space provided for the overall master development plan. Phase 2 of the proposal is to construct 38 parking spaces and a 23-foot drive aisle on the west side of the existing church. In terms of the setbacks for the existing church, the existing church is roughly 160 feet from the eastern property line, 97 feet from the southern property line, 45 feet from the western property line, and 346 feet from the northern property line. The proposed townhomes on the east side is roughly 33 feet from the shared property line with Cameron Glen, Units 5 and Unit 6 are approximately 53 feet from the rear of the nearest unit in Cameron Glen, and the proposed townhomes are roughly 90 feet from the northern property line. The proposed parking lot on the western side of the property is roughly 20 feet from the property line and approximately 80 feet from the rear of the nearest home in Autumn Woods, and it's also 90 feet from the southern property line. So the setbacks, as the existing and the as proposed setbacks are larger than the typical development that you would normally see in an RH district. The applicant is providing some transition for larger setbacks within the planned development district. In terms of open space, the applicant is required to provide 20% open space and has provided 32% of the open space that meets the 50 by 50 requirement. And in terms of a contiguous open space, the applicant has provided approximately 69% of the site that is contiguous. So the areas highlighted in yellow on your screen, those areas are contiguous based on walking paths around the church that leads pedestrians from the glebe and around the church on the west side and on the east side and to the rear yard of the church. The overall open space for this proposal is roughly 54%. The transitional yard requirement for this master development plan is required 15 feet on all property lines. The applicant is seeking a reduction from 15 feet to 10 feet. Is seeking a reduction from 15 feet to 10 feet for a length of 80 feet on the western property line. Here's the zoom-in area of the reduction. The area that is being proposed for the modification from 15 feet to 10 feet would allow for the applicant to provide a driveway aisle of 23 feet to the rear of the existing church. So on the western property line, the applicant is required to have a 6-foot fence in this area that is highlighted in red. So the applicant would need to seek a modification if a 6-foot fence would not be installed. So we've had discussions in terms of the requirement of the 6-foot fence, and there'll be more discussions, I'm sure, from the applicant in terms of meeting that requirement or if a modification would be sought. The northern property line also requires a 6-foot fence, and the applicant would need to provide a modification for the 6-foot, not providing a 6-foot fence in this location. The applicant is providing 41% for tree canopy, exceeding the 10% requirement. The applicant has surveyed trees that are largely in the areas that are impacted by construction, and those trees that are 5 inches in diameter or larger. So the applicant has primarily looked at the northern property line, the eastern property line, and the western property line. The applicant has inventoried 295 trees, resulting in the preservation of 106 trees and removal of 189 trees from those areas that are impacted. Again, mostly the western and eastern property line. The applicant proposes to plant 10 canopy, 10 understory, and 18 shrubs. The parking plan for the master development plan, the applicant is required to have 126 required parking spaces. The existing site currently has 225 surface parking spaces. The proposed uses for the church, the daycare, and townhomes would require 146 parking spaces, and the applicant has provided 218 spaces when you include phase 1 and phase 2. So if you're not if the applicant does not develop Phase 2, then 180 spaces would be on site, and that would exceed the required 146 spaces. So the parking plan for the proposal has excess parking. The applicant has provided a traffic impact study demonstrating that 5 a.m. peak hour trips, 8 p.m. peak hour trips, and 35 daily trips would be provided based on the estimates of the 10 new townhomes. The level of service would not be degraded based on those projections, and there is a bus stop on the Main Street on the west of the site. The primary access for this proposal is from Presbyterian Way, with connections to the existing church from the proposed townhomes. They have provided sidewalk connections and connections to the existing trail to the west, a proposed connection to the city's judicial trail, and the applicant is seeking modifications for the zoning ordinance and waivers to the public facilities manual and subdivision ordinance. In terms of the waivers for the public facilities manual, the applicant is seeking a waiver to the minimum width of 30 feet to 22 feet for a private street, a waiver for lots fronting on a public street or a private street, a waiver to construct curb and gutter on Presbyterian Way, and as well as to construct pedestrian facilities on Presbyterian Way. Staff has reviewed the truck turning movements, and the applicant would need to update the turning movements based on the city's tower ladder truck for the 100-foot aerial platform truck. The city staff would reevaluate the movements upon the resubmission of the master development plan. The applicant is proposing to install the utilities underground for the new townhomes. However, the applicant proposes to keep the existing overhead utilities to the church. So the lines on the screen before you that have the yellow represents the utilities for the existing utilities for the church, which would require a modification to have those utilities remain and not be undergrounded. The applicant has provided 2 stormwater management areas, one for the townhomes and 2 in phase 2 for the surface parking lot. I've covered the modifications and waivers, and I won't go through each one of them since I've already summarized them. In terms of the comprehensive plan and consistency, there are items that the applicant has addressed in the application that would be consistent with the comprehensive plan, and in terms of expanding housing choices, providing affordable housing, meeting the open space goals of the comprehensive plan, the tree canopy coverage, and providing green building practices and energy efficiency. There are a few items the applicant would still need to address at this time. We've reviewed the project 3 times, so this is a 3rd submission, and there are some items that the applicant would need to continue to work with staff and address as best as possible. In terms of pedestrian connections to Main Street, the applicant has stated that there are challenges with providing pedestrian access, pedestrian connections to Main Street along Presbyterian Way. We're still working through the details of Love's Outlet Road. And also, I mentioned the turning movements. The applicant will need to revise the turning movements for the platform truck for fire and emergency vehicles, and the landscaping and transitional yard. The applicant would need to readdress a couple of items in terms of the landscaping plan. they're not quite showing all of the landscaping, or they're meeting all of the requirements, or not giving themselves enough credits for the landscaping requirements by saving trees on site. I think they've kind of shorted themselves, to be quite honest. And then in terms of some tree removal, it appears that some of the trees are on the property line or off-site. So there's further details that need to be worked through in terms of the tree preservation and landscaping transitional yard plan that has been provided. The applicant on June 13th met with the board, and the board recommended approval with conditions of the major certificate of appropriateness. So on your screen, there's a view of the front and rear of the buildings. And then this slide shows the end units, the west and east elevations for the proposal. So the Planning Commission comments from the 13th reflect their questions regarding the Love's Outlet portion of the private drive, which is Presbyterian Way, extends onto Love's Outlet Road. And so there's discussions about the requirements for a public road versus a private road. And then the Planning Commission had some questions related to the floodplain and resource protection area on the northern end of the site. Would like to see minimal interruption with the floodplain and RPA. And then as the traffic calming techniques, are there opportunities to provide traffic calming techniques to provide a safe and a safe travel way for pedestrians up to Main Street from pedestrian way? The questions came up in terms of would there be an opportunity for a boardwalk on the west side and lighting to help provide better visibility along Presbyterian Way, connections through the existing and city trail network. There's discussion about connectivity and ensuring that the proposal provides connections to the existing trail system. There were some discussions about stormwater improvements where there are none today. The applicant is proposing to have 2 areas of stormwater improvement, so that's an improvement to the site. And then Planning Commission wanted to have a better understanding of the relationship between the ownership, the developer, and the prospective buyers, and how does the proposal work in terms of ground lease and ownership of the units. A fair amount of discussion was had on the surface parking lot in Phase 2 regards to the adjacency to the Autumn Woods neighborhood, the impacts of car headlights, and whether or not if there is any opportunities to mitigate through fencing and vegetation. And then finally, the Planning Commission reviewed the comprehensive plan and the social civic network place type, and thought that the proposal was consistent, but there are some areas that could be improved and enhanced in the site in terms of safety aspects for the future residents and the community. So overall, the Planning Commission was supportive of the affordable housing component, but encouraged the applicant to consider pedestrian improvements and reconsider the need for additional parking on the in Phase 2 on the west side of the site. After tonight, the next steps would be for future resubmission of the master development plan, and then public hearings. Once all of the items have been addressed, and staff would take this application to a public hearing sometime before the end of the year. And so, having said that, I'll stand by for any questions you may have, and the applicant is here as well.
Okay, thank you. Questions of the staff? Councilmember Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Fredericks, for the presentation this evening. It's very thorough. My first comment would be, I think that many of the matters raised by the Planning Commission are valid. Not only that this is a worthwhile project, but there are still some items that we need to work out. One of them, of course, is pedestrian safety. One of the sort of maintenance kind of things is, what about trash removal? Will residents get city trash removal, or would that be a private hauler, or what?
For the townhomes, the city would pick up the trash.
Okay, it would be city pickup. Thank you. I'm not going to belabor the matters of Presbyterian Way itself, but if you look at one of the slides, let me see if I can get a number. Let's just look at slide 27, which is a master development plan. It's a drawing. If you look at sort of on the right-hand side, there's Presbyterian Way, and then are there any type of improvements or any type of markings that will designate where pedestrians are supposed to walk to get from Presbyterian Way to the townhomes? Or is that part of the overall concern that was expressed by the members of the Planning Commission?
Ms. Miller, I believe the Planning Commission, approached the idea that there could be some opportunities to provide markings or traffic calming measures along Presbyterian Way, and that's something that they wanted the staff and the applicant to evaluate.
Okay, so that's duly noted then. Okay, thank you. There was, and I can't remember, I should have written down which slide it was, but it had to do with recreational spaces. There certainly is a reasonable amount of open space overall on this particular site. I know that the church, through their daycare program and their preschool, have recreational facilities on site. Would those be available? And I'm certain this is a question for the applicant, but would those spaces be available? Amenities and open space on the site be available for recreational use by the residents of the townhomes?
That's a good question, Ms. Miller. That's
Okay.
a question
All right.
that we actually posed to the applicant.
I just wanted to get that out there, because that seemed in the presentation as though that it was a problem, and I didn't know whether it was a problem. I think there's a solution, so I just wanted to point that out. In one of the slides where we were talking about modifications, I think it was next to the last bullet. It was 29, Mr. Fredericks. One of the next to the last talks about modifications to locate all trees on site having a diameter of 5 inches or greater. What does that mean? I mean, I understand all the words, but I'm just not sure what is the result of that particular bullet.
So, with most master development plans, we typically would get a tree survey that they go out and survey every tree. In this case, the applicant wanted to survey trees only in the impacted areas, and of course the requirement is 5.5, larger than 5 inches or greater.
Okay.
So that's actually in the ordinance, but they wanted to only survey trees that would be impacted by construction.
Okay, that makes sense. So because the entire site is pretty heavily treed, and to go in and to survey areas that would not be disturbed, that's what they're really talking about in this particular modification.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. When we talk about modification of a 10-foot landscape strip, exactly what are we talking about? Are we talking about the location of the townhomes? Are we talking about the location of the proposed parking lot? or are we talking about both?
The modification applies to the private drives and also the interior drive lanes.
And it's the second part, sir?
I'm sorry, the interior drive aisles for the site. So typically we would have a landscape strip on both sides of a road, and in this case they're not landscaping the interior. They're not redesigning the entire interior parking lot.
Okay, this is referring then to the parking lot, not
But
to...
also the private drives as well.
Oh, okay, and the private drive, but not to modifying the landscape strip adjacent to the townhouse, the area between the proposed townhomes and Cameron Glen.
That's correct.
Okay, the modification is not there.
That's correct. They're not asking for a modification on that transitional yard. In fact, they're providing a larger buffer than what's typically required.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you for that information. My last question deals with trail improvement. Over I guess it was last Friday, I had a conversation with Kathy Salgado, the Director of Parks and Recreation, and she mentioned there is to be a trail. There are funds available for trail improvement in the area along the stream. Could staff talk with her and provide information to the mayor and council about the proposed improvements that will go forward in that general area adjacent to the Presbyterian property?
Okay, so the trail that you're referring to is Judicial Trail, and the city is looking to make improvements. If you can follow, see if you can follow the cursor in this area.
Okay, so the effect of those trail improvements could provide some of the concerns about the safety between Presbyterian Way and access to the townhomes?
That's correct. Currently, this project is being worked on by Wendy Sanford, our transportation director, and there is discussions with the property owner concerning easements that the city would require in order to complete this project.
And who is the property owner, Mr. Summers?
The church.
The church. Okay, and when would we, if things go smoothly and work out, when can we expect those improvements to be available?
I believe we're looking at, if things go well with the acquisition of easements, Wendy was looking to possibly do this work in the fall.
Oh, so it's sooner rather than later?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that information. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Other comments? Councilmember Ross.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Fredericks, for your excellent staff report and updating us with the concerns raised by the Planning Commission. I think that's very helpful. I would also say I think I, for one, certainly as Councilmember Miller indicated earlier, share some of those concerns in terms of this moving forward. I was curious about a couple items regarding, and I think one of the questions that's really come up on this project is safe pedestrian access. There's the connection to Main Street. I think we've all visited, or at least I have, and I've walked Presbyterian Way, and I would not see that currently as a safe route for access to or into or out of that site. And I know there is concern about being able to access safely Main Street for transportation, for access to other kinds of places. There is an existing trail that I had a question about. I visited the site today and actually did some walking around, not snooping, but walking around. And I know there is a trail access point from the north side of the parking lot, actually where the proposed townhouses would be right now that goes through to the nursing center. And I know it's used, I believe, primarily by employees of the nursing center to access, be able to park there and access the nursing center. But there was a sign up that seemed to indicate that was a private access point. The sign indicated that I saw said for access to the nursing center for employees and visitors, implying that it was for the nursing center. Do we have any clarification? Is that a city trail, or is that in effect, a private property trail? If you don't know that, you can get back to me on that question, but it was concerning me when I saw the sign.
We will get back to you on that.
Okay, and again, that's on the north, if I have my directions correct, yes, the north side of the parking lot that goes, it's used as an access point to the nursing center. And if it is intended to be a city trail or part of the city trail system, then I would think we ought to take a look at that sign and think that that ought to be removed or revised so that people know that they can access it. I also walked a bit of the trail that is directly west of the parking lot and connects up to Lamar. It's a paved trail. I think that's the one that was being referred to when you talked to, and Mrs. Miller asked about it. Do we know where, I didn't walk the whole length. I walked up to Lamar Street, and then I had to go somewhere else, so I didn't get to go all the way further north. That ends up sort of, as I recall, not wandering, but coming through the woods and connecting on Presbyterian Way. I guess one of my questions would be, is there a way of rerouting that trail or continuing it through in any way so that there's a safe access to Main Street? Because it's right almost a few yards from Presbyterian Way, and it would seem to me that that could be a very safe access point into and out of that particular property. So that's, again, you may not have an answer to that now, but I think it's something worthwhile to look at. And then I was curious, you brought up, I think at one point, a roadway is it called Love Way? What is that referring to? I didn't quite understand where Love Way would be, or Love Road, or...
See if, I think I have an exhibit that. So Love's Outlet.
Love's Outlet, that was the...
Extends from Main Street to Laramie on the west side of the site. So it's
so
like
that is the trail I was referring to, that I was on today, that I
strip.
was walking down, the paved trail that's west of Presbyterian Way. That's considered Love's
Outlet.
Love's Outlet.
Correct.
And that does take you all the way back to Larrabee Street and connects there with that. It's a nice little section of trail. And again, I was curious about that. But again, I think that I would still like some additional understanding of the pedestrian access can be effectuated that would be safe and secure. The question I had about that access on the trail on the north side to the nursing center, if that's available for general public use, and if so, probably look at reconsidering the signage there. And then 3, I have some concerns about the need for additional parking, as has been expressed by some citizens we've heard from, and what that kind of an impact that would have on the adjoining neighborhood, which is literally quite close. I mean, I walked down that trail today, and to your right, as you can see on this looking south, the fencing is right at the back of properties, residential properties in Autumn Wood. So I think that's a continued concern about how that would be used and make sure to protect the properties that are there along that area. So that's all I had, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Harmon.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Fredericks, for your excellent presentation. I want to reiterate that the concerns that the Planning Commission discussed at their meeting, I agree with every single one of these. I think the applicant is going to have to be very specific in addressing these issues, especially with regard to including the additional Phase 2 parking lot and the removal of trees. We've received some comments about how many mature growth trees are going to have to be removed in that process, so I highly encourage the applicant to think through that. In your presentation, you talked about overhead utilities and the fact that they would not be undergrounded on the property except for the area for the townhouses themselves. And is there a reason why, or is it just purely economics, or does it have to do with the property itself?
I believe the applicant would say that it's an economic. It's a fairly large expense.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that it didn't have anything to do with the topography of the site. So it sounds like that's the case. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Yee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For starters, Mr. Frederick, on page 7 of the staff report, we talk about, there's a wonderful chart there about the area median income. And I know that the table says Washington, D.C. metropolitan area, but I believe that the $129,000 that's being used as a number there for the 100% median income is Fairfax County's number. I know this because the county's website, they don't advertise that $129,000 is their area median income. What they do is say that 60% of the AMI is, for a family of 4, is $77,400, which equals $129,000 for 100% AMI. That said, the city of Fairfax has a different AMI based on census reports than the county. I don't know why we keep using this $129,000 number that's in Fairfax County, because they have a higher AMI than the city of Fairfax. In fact, if you look at the Census Bureau's website, in 2020 dollars from the years 2016 to 2020, Fairfax County has 127,866, whereas 129,000 here is from FY21. But just comparing these numbers, the city of Fairfax's AMI for that time period is $109,708. So one of the things that I would implore the applicants is to use that number. I know that in this report we talk about wanting to help people who are within, I believe, 40 to 80% of the AMI. But let's use the city of Fairfax's number, because this project's in the city of Fairfax. So I'm asking you to use a lower AMI, because that is the AMI here. So for starters, I'd like to get that clarified. And maybe staff can also work with the applicant to ensure that we're using the actual data and the actual numbers that we live with here. Okay. Going along the same lines of data here, on page 5 of the staff report, there's a reference to how most of the multifamily rentals and condominiums were built in the 60s. I understand that this project would only have 2 out of the 10 that would be rentals, I think. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks. But it also goes on to say that townhomes, of which the city currently has a lower ratio than many surrounding communities in Fairfax County. That was a statistic or reference based off of the comprehensive plan. That's referenced on page 54. Is that still true, given the boom of townhomes that we've been building in the last couple of years since we've adopted this comprehensive plan, to include the ones that are being built right now as well?
Based on the latest on the fact book, townhomes make up 13.5% of.
I understand what's in the current fact book that we have published, but I'm asking, in the comprehensive plan, when we adopted that a few years ago, we made the reference that we have a lower ratio of townhomes than in surrounding areas. But since then, and since I've been up on this dais, we've approved a lot of townhome projects. And so I'm wondering, have we started meeting that to become more comparable to other areas, or are we still significantly lower in ratio?
Trying to, the number that, the 13.5% includes what's, let me make sure I get this right. It includes what's built and what has been approved.
And what has been
And
approved?
what has been approved. So that 1490 number that's in the staff report, that includes the existing and what we've approved.
So, for
Come
instance,
along.
at the Breezeway, there was recently some townhomes that have been approved.
That I'd have to check to see if it has been updated since the Breezeway. But I think staff has done some recent calculations, but I would need to check to make sure that Breezeway numbers are
I
included.
think I'd like to know that, like where we're at in the townhome game. You know, the point about diverse housing stock here and what we need, you know, you talk about, I still think that, I know for a fact that we don't have the rentals. Rentals have not grown much at all since I've been on the dais, but I know for a fact that we have approved a lot of townhomes. And so I just want to know how that number changes. Forgive me, I got just notes after notes here on different dog-eared pages here, which is not my normal operating procedure, but we'll move on to trees. I too share my colleagues' concerns about the trees. I know that I have an appreciation with the fact that they're going to be planted more trees, and so overall there'll be a development of trees, or growth of trees, but it's something that I hear from constituents constantly, you know, and we have a lot of mature trees. Now, sometimes some trees are already dead, and there's a lot of a need to maintain those trees or take down those trees, and it's better to take those trees down and plant others. But if there's a way that we can save more of these 189 trees, I really urge the applicant to do that. And especially if there's any trees in between the neighborhood on the eastern side from the project to the Cameron Glen area, that I think that's really valuable for a number of reasons. And speaking of the Cameron Glen neighborhood, when we're talking about the setbacks, so I think the report reads that from the Glebe View, that the most easternmost home in Glebe View, they have a 33-foot setback to the line, and then I think it's another 20-foot setback from that line east to the most western Cameron Glen home. Is that an accurate way to depict that?
So yes, so the setback, the homes are set back 33 feet from the property line, and then it's another 20 feet to the nearest home in Cameron Glen in the back.
They'll be 53 feet
so it's
apart.
roughly 53 feet.
And right now, I guess the trees that border the church property and the Cameron Glen neighborhood, I'm trying to figure out the best way to phrase that. What is the width or what is the width of that lane of trees?
Give me 1 second. I'm going to try to find a slide so we're talking about the same thing. So are you asking what's the width of the line of trees between the proposed townhomes and Cameron Glen?
Yes, the current.
The current width is, I believe it was on the in the staff report. I believe it's 25 feet along the eastern property line. But go ahead, Jason.
So thankfully, I brought my magical scale with me. There are approximately 60 feet of trees between the parking lot and their property line.
So 60 feet of trees currently between the parking lot line and then the homes, or did you say the property line?
From the edge of the parking lot to the property line of the church is about 60. And then there's a variable buffer that's in the strip of Cameron Glen within that 10 to 15 feet of their buffer.
So is it accurate to say that from the church parking lot line, it is 80 feet to the westernmost Cameron Glen home?
I think that's fair to say.
Because
yes.
it's 20 feet from the Cameron Glen home to the property line, and then right now it's 60 feet from the property line to the parking lot line.
That's a correct approximation, yes.
Okay, so we're shrinking, I guess, what the Cameron Glen residents, the westernmost ones, we're shrinking what they're used to by about 17 feet, because it's going to 53 feet from 80 feet.
That's correct. And Mr. Frederick, I don't know if you had relayed what the requirement is, just so the council has that comparison.
I'm assuming this obviously meets the requirements of setbacks by
It does.
far.
I believe it's a 15-foot buffer, is that correct?
Yeah, it's a 15-foot buffer.
Yeah.
Yes.
If, yes, like I said, I assume that it meets the buffer's requirements, but if hypothetically the applicant were to move the project 17 feet west, would that require a complete redesign and a reapplication?
It would be a modification of the plan. The grade changes pretty significantly as you cross the site, so they would have to account for that. That may impact how the stormwater gets routed also and fire access, but I mean, anything could be redesigned. It's a parking lot, so moving west is the virtue of just taking over parking, to put it simplistically, but there is a grade change that would need to be accounted for, and then other aspects, parking would be
So
considered.
during that 17 feet, the grade change is pretty significant?
It does pretty significantly over that site, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But if they were to be able to do it somehow, it wouldn't require a reapplication or anything. It's just a modification of the application. It's not like a significant enough change where it's like, hey, instead of 10 townhomes, we're now going to build 6 single-family detached homes, or it's not like that.
That's correct. The application still stands, and it's just a modification of the plan.
Okay. What else do I have here? Okay, moving on to parking. Thank you, Mr. Sump. So, from what I'm understanding on page 24 of the staff report and the parking spaces, all in all, in totality, there's only going to be 7 spaces short. But when you take into account that the surface parking phase 1 and 2, well, I guess especially for surface parking phase 1, that is for visitor parking. That's going to be used exclusively for the residents of the Glebe View townhomes, right?
I don't believe that it's exclusive for the residents. It's just visitor parking. It's my understanding.
Just visitor parking for the whole church. Anybody can use it.
Anyone that comes to the site, correct.
Okay. And that's likewise for the 38 surface parking phase 2?
I'm sorry, say that again.
That's likewise for the surface parking phase 2?
The 38 from the phase 2 is visitor parking. I don't know. I don't believe that it's been designated just solely as for the church, but the applicant can address that. But it's visitor parking. From my understanding, it's just visitor parking.
So remind me then, the 75 parking spots that are removed to construct the houses, that comes from the church's parking spots, I assume, but it doesn't, because it's still 197 spots for the church.
The 75 spaces comes from the existing 225 that are on site now. They're only required to have. Right now, they have 100 and.
Sorry.
Yeah, okay.
This chart is great, but also confusing. But I'll take the blame that I'm not reading this closely enough then. So the church will no longer have 197 parking spots for it specifically. It'll have 122. Is that correct?
No, I'm not. When you said 122, so.
Well, if there's 197 parking spots right now for the church, and we're saying that there's going to be 75 removed.
Okay, you want to maybe finish
Well, how about this? I'll take that as a do back. Let's figure out when you guys can to clarify for me where exactly those 75 parking spots are coming from, because I know that there's some preschool parking spots that were designated. I know and I know that there were some designated for the church. Now, it's kind of in the abstract because I don't think the church specifically designates saying these 28 spots were just for the preschool and these 197 were for parishioners. But I just kind of want to get a feel for understanding, like, I think they're still going to be well within their parking requirements, although the preschool, has a ordinance requirement of having 25 parking spots, and they currently have 28. So, I don't know. Maybe there's a fungibility thing there that I'm not getting, but I'd like staff to further explain that. We don't have to do that right here, right now, but I'd like to understand that better.
Sure.
And I think that might be all I have for now. And like my colleagues too, like share some interest on what happens on Presbyterian Way and how that's gonna work for these potential residents there. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, colleagues? I would encourage the staff and the applicant's representative to reflect on the comments that were asked here this evening. Obviously you will. And also read closely the summary of the Planning Commission's comments to the City Council regarding the work session that they had on this project. There's some challenges with this project with respect to parking on the western side, the access on Presbyterian Way, some issues with the trail, and all of those things are, I believe, resolvable, and that there is, and no pun here, there is a path forward to yes, at least from my perspective. I don't want to second guess my colleagues, but these are some issues that are going to require some sharpened pencils and some work with the calculators in terms of the costs. And but I think that I would encourage the staff to provide the answers to the questions that were asked this evening, as well as work with the applicant to see what options might be available for resolution of some of these challenges. Councilwoman Ross.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just wanted to, formerly I served, before I was elected to this body, served on the electoral board for a number of years. And I just want to acknowledge the Presbyterian Church's contribution to the committee over the years in hosting one of our precincts. I believe it's precinct number 1, if I remember my math. They've always been very gracious in making space available for voting in the city, and that's been a greatly appreciated by the city for all these years. Thank you.
Councilmember Staley.
Thank you, Mayor Meyer. And I sometimes get confused in the process, but this is a post-submission work session. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Excellent. So do we normally have the applicant also speak at these events?
That is correct.
Excellent. Thank you.
You're saying that we do? We do. Yeah. Well, I was going to ask if the applicant's representative is prepared to speak. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Meyer. For the record, I am David Houston with Bean Kenyon Corman. I'm the land use attorney assisting the applicant and Habitat on this application. I can address many of the comments, and I will. I think I would like to start by asking Reverend Brenton to come up and sort of give just a very short summary of how the church got involved with this and why we're here tonight. And then I'll start hitting the points, especially the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Houston. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm Henry Brinton, pastor of Fairfax Presbyterian Church since 2001. I thank you, Mr. Ross, for your acknowledgement of our hosting Precinct 1 all these years. Since our church was founded 68 years ago, we have been devoted to the welfare of this city. And we are excited about this project, which is going to help to fulfill one of the, I think, most important aspects of the comprehensive plan, which is expanding the stock of affordable housing within this city. It is greatly needed. We came up with this project fairly recently, but it fits the life of our church over its entire history. We were the first preschool in the city of Fairfax to be racially integrated in 1958. In the 1970s, we hosted refugees from Vietnam, families that came and became productive members of this community. In the 1990s, we hosted the children of Chernobyl, bringing young people here to the city of Fairfax who had suffered from the poisoning of the Chernobyl area. And while here in Fairfax, they breathed clean air, they ate fruits and vegetables. I cannot believe how many bananas those children would eat over the course of a summer. And they were helped tremendously. Their health and vitality improved by being here in the city of Fairfax and hosted by families here. When the hypothermia prevention program started about 15 years ago, Fairfax Presbyterian was one of the first churches to be a site for that program, and we have sheltered the homeless every winter since then. We cook hot meals in our church kitchen for low-income families in the area, and we also allow our kitchen to be used by other faith groups, so that kitchen is being used all the time to feed families in our community. It was in about 2015 that we started our own strategic plan, and we identified affordable housing as one of the most important interventions we could be involved in. I'm sure you're aware that the cost of housing in this area is one of the primary drivers of social need. Families that have to spend so much on housing do not have enough money for good food, for medication, for clothing, and they suffer as a result of that. We realized that providing affordable housing would lift that burden for so many families and really help them. So our church wrapped its arms around this challenge. In the year 2017, I went off on sabbatical for 3 months, got a nice break, and while I was gone, a team from the church came together and developed a plan for a partnership with Habitat for Humanity, with Homestretch, and with Home Aid, which is a contractors organization that helps with affordable housing. And when I came back from sabbatical, they had that plan ready to go. Just proof that really good things can happen when the pastor gets out of the way. And they have been working on that ever since. I've been amazed at the enthusiasm. I mean, you can see the green shirts here in your chambers. This has been a project that I've had to do no recruiting for. The enthusiasm has been tremendous. Dozens of people have devoted their time and their talents, their energies to this project, and it has spread throughout our community. When I run into residents who are not members of our church in the parking lot, they hear about the program, they see the signs, they want to support it. It's exciting. It's exciting for me as a pastor, and it's exciting for our community. So I tell you this quick story to just show how this project is not a standalone project. It's tremendously important to us for sure, but it is part of the fabric of the life of our church and the work we have tried to do to improve our community. Ms. Miller, you mentioned the playground. That playground that exists now is used by community members constantly. Our glebe area, which Mr. Frederick showed on the slides, is that beautiful garden area in front of our church. It is a living sanctuary that all are welcome to come to. That's how our church was designed. That's what matters to us, improving our community. And so this project is part of that long-standing effort that we've been a part of for 68 years now. Just one final word. One thing I've learned as a pastor over my 36 years in ministry here in Fairfax and before is that the perfect is so often the enemy of the good. People will resist getting involved in a church because the preaching's not perfect, the music's not perfect. And when they hold back, they miss the opportunity to be involved in some truly good activities, life-giving activities. I don't know that there is going to be any perfect affordable housing project. We're asking for waivers. I suppose a perfect project would have no waivers. But my appeal to you is do not allow the perfect, in this case, to become the enemy of the good, the great good that can be done for families in our community through this affordable housing. We recently had an open house for our community. We've done a lot of great outreach to the community. And at the end of that open house, a family came up to me, a mother, a father, a little boy, a little girl. They were beaming. They said, "When can we apply for one of these houses?" They wanted so badly to become our neighbors, to become residents at Glebe View. That is the good that we can achieve together. Let us work together through this process to get that family into one of these homes. Thank you.
Reverend Brenton, I want to say on behalf of all of the colleagues here that we greatly appreciate the presence of Fairfax Presbyterian and the ministries that you engage with in our community, as we do with all of the churches in the city. They perform invaluable services to people in need and crisis. They provide a sense of community to its membership. They provide not only a nourishment of the soul, but also in concrete ways strengthen the fabric of our community. All of the churches do, especially Fairfax Presbyterian has really set an example in terms of how they live out the social gospel and how in this time and in this place, and we greatly appreciate that. And I agree, perfection is the enemy of good, and one could say that perfection is a chimera. And not to get too Wesleyan on anybody, but Wesley wanted people to move toward perfection, recognizing that they would never get there completely until their race is run here. And lastly, as far as what happened while you were on sabbatical, I was just thinking that while the cat's away, the lay will play.
Thank you. I probably shouldn't follow any speaker who gets applause, but so I'll bring it right down. But we have been working on this project for a long time. I mean, I think the first time we presented it to the City Council was 2018, and I know we had worked on it for at least a year before that timing. I won't go over all the remarks I had tonight. I was going to tell you all of the things we have been working on currently, and fortunately the list of the Planning Commission comments is a perfect outline for me to use. And I want to say these are Planning Commission comments. We had a very good work session with the Planning Commission, and there was a lot of discussion back and forth. So I'm not looking at this list as issues or problems. It was just part of our discussion. And the first item is Love's Outlet Road. The issue there has been who owns it. I think there was a perception that maybe the church owned it. It's a 20-foot wide strip that's over 1,000 feet long. It ends up at Main Street. It's I've looked at title documents from the 1800s that refer to it. We have an aerial photograph from the 1930s that show it clearly before the church was built. We have always assumed it's a public right-of-way. We abut it. Part of Presbyterian Way is actually Love's Outlet. The Presbyterian Way near the church parking lot is only about 22 or 23 feet wide. Of that pavement, probably 7 feet of that is part of the 20-foot strip that makes up Love's Outlet. So we had a conversation back and forth with the Planning Commission and with the staff over the months about who owns it. We don't think we do, and how can we work with it? And we're going to continue to work with that, but from our position, it's a public right-of-way. The requirements for a public road versus a private road, that was a discussion we had with the Planning Commission because Presbyterian Way at that area with the 23 feet of pavement doesn't meet public road standards, and realistically, it never could because it's in an RPA and it drops off on each side. It's an environmentally sensitive area. The discussion with the Planning Commission was many of the planning commissioners were referencing other roads in the city that are just as narrow that have traffic, and we talked about that. This Presbyterian Way has been used at least for 60 years since the church has been there as both for vehicles and pedestrians. There's no history of any pedestrian ever being hit by a car or, we're only adding, 10 units, 35 trips per day was what the traffic report said. There was never a safety concern before. Why is it such a concern now? Was part of our discussion back and forth with the Planning Commission. And we said, and they asked, and we said yes, would we consider some traffic calming type measures? In lieu of building a sidewalk, the cost of a sidewalk would be hundreds of thousands of dollars, which is about the value of one of the townhouses. And when you're trying to do an affordable project, it's hard to spend that much money on something that maybe that's not even a problem area. But what we are doing is the version of the plans we're working on now since our Planning Commission hearing is we're going to add speed bumps, lighting, cautionary signage, possibly high visibility paint to help improve both pedestrian and vehicular access on that strip of land. We're also, we're asked by the Planning Commission, it's a very overgrown area when you leave where the medical office buildings and the nursing center are and go back to the church. Can we cut that back some, sort of open it up visually? And the answer to that is yes. So, the next item, floodplain and resource protection area, again, that was part of the discussion of Presbyterian Way it is what it is, and because it's an environmentally sensitive area, maybe there's other ways to address the issue of pedestrian access. I would want to point out that there are existing trails from the church parking lot. One goes on all the way over to Woodland Drive, and then you could get to Main Street, so there's one access possible that way. There's also a trail that goes to Judicial Drive, and part of the project that the city has going is to improve that trail. And so if you're looking to get pedestrians to Main Street, there's two other ways to do it without having to walk down Presbyterian Way. The question about the Judicial Drive, or the Judicial Trail project, and the trail is actually in the Fairfax Nursing Center lands. What the city needs from Fairfax Presbyterian Church are some temporary construction easements. And we had indicated our willingness to cooperate and had put that in our commitments as part of this application. We had suggested to the Transportation Office and the Public Works Office at one point, maybe you could move the trail from the Fairfax Nursing Center land more towards the church parking lot, but they felt they were too far in the planning process, and that wasn't a feasible idea. But what's needed from the church are temporary construction easements. The trail itself that the city is going to make the improvements for is not on church land until it reaches Presbyterian Way. The connectivity to existing and proposed city trail system, as I mentioned, there's trails going east and west that connect to Judicial Drive and Woodland Drive. Stormwater improvements will be provided on site where there are none today. The answer, I mean, that's a fact. It's not a problem. We, as Mr. Frederick showed, there are 2 proposed stormwater management facilities. No such facilities exist at the church today because it was built well before there were any stormwater management regulations. The Planning Commission, we had a discussion about the ownership of the land and how it's all going to work, and the National Capital Presbytery owns the land. They ground lease it to Fairfax Presbyterian Church, who will then ground lease to the portion where the townhouses will be, a sub-ground lease, and then the church is donating the land so for the cost of the housing. So the land cost is going to be zero. The price that the Habitat owners will pay, the 8 of the 10 units, is the cost to actually build the unit. And so it's going to be affordable in that way. And they will arrange to get mortgages for those homeowners. And part of the application process to become an owner in the Habitat units is, you have to have been a resident in Northern Virginia, you have to be a legal resident of the United States, you have to have a certain credit score, you have to have a 1% down payment, you have to put in 400 hours of sweat equity into building the units, and you have to have, overall financial stability. So there's a whole process. We've committed in our commitments to try to seek residents who are actually city residents currently, and that would lessen the impact on the school system. If an existing resident with children becomes an owner in one of these units, then it's not a net increase necessarily in the school system enrollment. The discussion of the surface parking lot in Phase 2 regarding mitigation of impacts from car headlights. Again, that parking lot in the rear, it came about because the church. I asked the church when we first got started in this. We're rezoning the land. It's going to govern their operation. Is there any project that's on your wish list that may be needed in the future? And this parking lot was. They have an aging population of their members, and there's a need for better handicap parking, this provides that opportunity. We discussed with the Planning Commission, the concern about it being close to the single-family detached residences, and we're currently in the process of revising the plan based upon our discussion with the Planning Commission to add a fence and to add some shrubs and to block any sort of car headlight that might shine in that direction. And that would be submitted in the next plan. I think we've addressed the concern that way. consistency with the comprehensive plan and the social and civic network place type, but there could further enhance the site and safety aspects for future residents of the community. Again, that's going back to, is there traffic calming things that we could do? And as I mentioned, we're in the process of doing that. And then the last item was the Planning Commission is supportive of affordable housing, but it encourages us again to consider pedestrian improvements, which I'm saying over and over again, and reconsider the need for the additional parking. We are reconsidering that need, but again, the idea is it's needed for future better handicap parking spaces than exist today. The question about the parking before the rear parking lot with phase one, which is the 10 townhouses, the overall parking will be 180 spaces. That's not in the chart, but it's with the parking in the rear, it gets up to the 228, I think the number is. The church has had a long-standing relationship with the Fairfax Nursing Center based upon a zoning application from the late 1990s where the church agreed to allow the nursing center to use part of the church's parking lot, their excess parking spaces that the church doesn't need to meet their requirement could be made available for the nursing center, and they've had this relationship all these years, and that's ongoing. With this project, the number of spaces that might be available to the nursing center is being reduced. It jumps back up if the rear parking lot is built. As noted in the staff report, the nursing center doesn't technically require those spaces any longer because the zoning ordinance requirement for a nursing home changed and reduced the numbers, but they still have a need for those spaces. We would like to accommodate them to the extent possible, but it's the type of agreement that either party could cancel with 7 days' notice. But with the 10 townhouses, there would only be about 19 parking spaces over our parking requirement that could be made available to the nursing home unless we built the parking in the rear, which would add another 37 or 38. Are there any questions for me? I'm trying to hit the ones that you all raised.
Councilmember Yee.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Houston. Good to see you again. I just kind of a broader question. This project, I remember preliminarily was discussed, I guess, before I was even on the council. It was early 2018.
And then we had one work session where you were.
Right. I think that was like the following year in 2019. Right. It was like a planning commission and joint.
Yes,
we kind of did a
exactly.
joint meeting.
Yep.
But I'm curious because I wasn't following this at all in February of 2018. But from then till the joint meeting in 2019, and then the application that was submitted a year and a half ago, or a year and 3 months ago?
After the joint work session, we had a pandemic, which kind of put everything on hold for a year. So
sure.
Right.
But during these timelines, and especially those three highlighted markers, in what major ways has this project changed? Have the setbacks changed? Have the, designs changed? Have the, what's the big highlights here? What is the big changes that have happened?
What's changed, when we first came in, it was 10 townhomes in generally this location. What's changed since then from the city's side of things is you adopted a new zoning ordinance with P districts. You adopted a new comprehensive plan which talked about the social and civic network and how religious institutions could help address affordable housing, which is what we're basing this on. So the the ability to even be before you has come about in that time. In our planning, we've done, the refinement of the design of the units themselves. They're brick, they're 3 stories, they have garages. We've been through the whole BAR process, and fortunately 2 weeks ago the BAR recommended approval based upon their design criteria. We've addressed, looked at ways of improving the pedestrian network, the transportation network, how to address the church's needs for handicap parking and things like that. The actual site plan, really it hasn't changed all that much. We've had to do a lot of studies. Right now we're just beginning a water quality impact study, although we expect the impact will be negligible. We've had to do traffic studies, archaeological studies of the property. We've had lots and lots of title research of land ownership issues, things like
But
that.
in terms of the site plan not having changed, I guess what I'm trying to get at is, or wondering about is, from the planning commission or from this dais or this previous dais, I guess, there must have been some comments from the council about, during those meetings, and especially like the preliminary meetings, what the concerns were, or what the highlights were, or what. In what ways were those addressed if the site plan hasn't changed very much at all?
I
in those
think the
4 years?
townhouses, like on Cameron Glen, we pulled them back farther. A 15-foot transitional yard is required. We pulled it back to like 35 feet.
So that
added
is a big
fence
change
there.
Okay.
Yeah, and in addressing your comment from earlier, could we shift those units farther back into the church parking lot? Anything is possible, but then you would take away probably another 50 or 60 parking spaces that exist today for the church. So it's
50 or 60 parking spaces?
If you moved everything, yeah.
15 feet or whatever it was. Okay. And you're saying that the current 33 feet from the property line west is already I'm sorry, you just said
a transitional, or
well, you said it's already been moved west from when you first submitted the site plan, or the preliminary
initial plans.
Yeah.
Yes,
because it was only like 15 feet or something.
It
so I
was
guess like
less, right?
Yeah, so we're talking about it already moved 18 feet west.
Some amount.
And what's the reaction been from the people in Cameron Glen because of that? I guess further move.
There are really 2 townhomes most affected by it, and they're not very happy about it.
Even with the,
well,
it's been
I
iterated.
don't think
to
there
them.
would be anything we could do short of canceling the project that would make them happy. But we have provided a buffer twice what is required, more than what their units, they're 20 feet from their property line, we're 30-something feet away.
So in that same vein, as it seems like you went from 15 feet to 33 feet now, so you've already moved. I guess the tree issues, the removal of the trees, I just can't imagine this is the first time it's come out. So have there been the current numbers of tree removal right now? Is that a also decreased number than what was originally in the preliminary plans?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you that, but I can tell you since the Planning Commission work session 2 weeks ago, we've already redesigned the connection on the other side of the property to Love's Outlet in order to save a few more trees. So, there has been thought given into that already.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Houston.
Thank you.
Other questions of the representative? Tom?
One quick question.
Councilman
Mayor.
Ross.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Houston, again for answering many of these issues that we raised. What is the number of parking being proposed for, you mentioned and you're still, I guess, looking at the parking area that would be done in phase 2. At this point, is there any idea of the total number of spaces that would?
Well, what's on the plans before you are 38 spaces in that new parking area.
Okay.
We're already sort of working on some changes to that, which might reduce it by 1 or 2, increase the number of handicap spaces, but which would cause an overall decrease of maybe 1 space.
Well, I understand. And again, you brought up earlier your description of this being important for an aging church population and serving that particular need. And I understand that.
The handicap spaces that exist today in front of the church are not in an ideal location just because of the way the circulation.
I've been driven through there and seen that, and I understand that.
Right.
So I'm sensitive to that particular need, and I think all I would urge is that really have a good justification for the reason for that and the numbers, and that would be really helpful as we look at this in the long run. So thank you. Again, thank you for answering so many of our questions tonight.
Councilmember Miller?
Just a quick comment. Thank you very much to Henry Britton and to you, Mr. Houston, for being here tonight and answering our questions. I appreciate the project that you're working on and all that you've done to clarify.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Frederick, with respect to the schedule, next steps, could you go review that for the council?
So the next steps for this project is to get a resubmission from the applicant based on the comments, to get the feedback from you all and Planning Commission and staff. We've already provided the third submission comments to them. So we look forward to getting a resubmission, have, and working dialogue to get to the point where we can get to a public hearing. So hopefully sometime this fall. I can't say exactly, a schedule, but it depends on how quickly they can have all the issues addressed that they've heard from Planning Commission and Council and staff.
Okay, all right. Councilmember Yee?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I could ask one thing of staff too, one additional thing. I know in the past there have been concerns about surrounding neighborhoods who said that this might adversely impact their home values, but I believe there are studies out there, reputable studies, that would address that question. Is there a way that staff can also compile some of that information for us to ensure we have that readily available as well?
We will take a look at it.
And by that I mean that there are affordable housing projects that people have studied whether or not that impacts real estate values of nearby comparable looking homes or not, or whatnot. So.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That concludes our discussion on the first item in the work session, and we will now go to a second discussion on the status of the Community Appearance Committee. And we will have a presentation by Ms. Zipp, our council clerk and chief of staff.
You want me to wait a minute?
We can wait just a couple, 60 seconds. Go ahead.
Church. They all file out very quietly. Good evening again, Mayor and Council. We are talking tonight about the Community Appearance Committee and the status of that committee. Just to give you some background, the Community Appearance Committee was established in 1973. They have currently 4 vacancies on their 9-member board, and the interest and activities of the CAC has declined over the years. They used to be charged with beautification projects of stub streets and the annual residential and commercial appearance awards, along with the community cleanup event that we do in the spring and Adopt a Spot programs. The beautification projects on the stub streets and the annual residential and commercial appearance awards have, for lack of a better word, have fallen off the rolls as it relates to the budget. When we had hard budget years, those items got removed from the budget for funding. However, the CAC still worked on the Adopt a Spot and the community cleanup events. The committee has not met except for one time in 2021. They met up until October 2019. Then COVID hit, and they stopped meeting. And then they met in April of 2021 to discuss the potential for the disbanding of their committee and any outstanding funding. If the council chooses to abolish the Community Appearance Committee, staff has met with environmental sustainability staff and the Public Works staff liaison to the Community Appearance Committee, and environmental sustainability has agreed to take on the community cleanup event and actually add an additional event. The Adopt a Spot program would go away if we did the 2 events, and in that process, the Adopt a Spot participants would all receive a letter letting them know that we are no longer providing the Adopt a Spot program, but then informing them of the opportunities that they would have for the spring cleanup and a fall cleanup event through sponsorships or even doing one of the cleanup sites. Environmental sustainability staff were interested in taking on the community cleanup events and adding another community cleanup event because this will help them foster the community stewardship, reduce pollution, and it would help them with their refuse and recycling reporting that they have to do as far as data collection on what the city is doing to address the pollution issues. Another component of the cleanup events would be to work with economic development and our city businesses to create a larger event, possibly have some giveaways, things like that, to really make it a big community event in the spring and in the fall. I am happy to answer any questions the council may have. This is a committee that is in our city code. I wasn't around in 1973, so my assumption is there were a few boards that were put into our code, and there are early boards. Following that, most of our boards were established by resolution. If the council decides to abolish the CAC, we will have to do an introduction, which we would bring back at the next meeting, and then a public hearing, hopefully July 28. And then we would move from there and let the CAC members know and provide them with opportunities for other vacancies that we have on other boards and commissions.
Thank you. Questions of staff? Councilmember Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Zip. The Adopt a Spot signs that we have currently, what will happen to them?
They will remove them.
Okay.
Councilmember Miller? Okay. Is there recommendation from the?
Staff is recommending abolishing the Community
Okay.
Appearance Committee and handing over the budget and the spring cleanup and Adopt a Spot over to Environmental Sustainability to close down Adopt a Spot and
If it's the consensus of the council, you would bring an action to us.
Correct.
With the appropriate documentation. It would modify the code to remove that.
yes.
Okay. Is it the consensus of my colleagues to direct the staff to bring that to us? We have a thumbs up on that. Okay, good.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right. So I'm going to close the work session, reconvene the regular meeting, and we will go directly to council comments. I'll begin with Councilmember Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Couple quick items. Obviously, we're all looking forward to an exciting celebration this week. Great thanks to all the citizens that have been involved and will be involved in volunteering and staff time. All the incredible work that goes on to make our celebration of Independence Day and the fireworks a safe, enjoyable, exciting holiday period. For me, it's become one of my favorite holidays. I still like Christmas because, we get gifts and that sort of thing. But the 4th of July is all about community and our celebration of our country and the democratic values we all espouse. So I think it's just encourage people to be safe, have a great time, and enjoy the beautiful weather and all the special events that are going on. I really found tonight's session, the work session on the proposal that we talked about, and I know we're not talking about a decision at this point, but I think it's a very exciting prospect and a potential for really doing so much in the way of something we've talked about for a long time, which is affordable housing. And I'm really pleased that this is moving along, and I hope that our staff, and I know our staff, will continue to pay a lot of attention to this and getting it before us for a decision later this year. Again, I want to also encourage folks to be aware of some of our new business opportunities in the city. And I see again Jennifer Rose is here with us from the Chamber of Commerce. They partner on so many special events and groundbreakings along with our EDA staff. The Slice of Matchbox is opening up this week. That's a new eating establishment in the Point 50 Shopping Center across from University Drive in the city. And I think we're having that this Thursday. I think they may already be open, but I encourage people to stop by, take advantage, take a look. It's another exciting area that's going on. And then we have another exciting reconfiguration of a business, the Spokes Bicycle Store, which is on Fairfax Boulevard down near the intersection at Camp Washington. Has become a Trek bicycle store. They have already partnered with the city on Bike to Work Day and some other activities, and I think they are very positive about looking for future relationships. So I encourage, again, people to stop in there, take a look at what they have to offer. The lifeblood of our city is our businesses, along with Parks and Recreation, because I know you've heard me talk about that. But without our good, strong business environment and our community, we can't do the kinds of things we love and respect so much, our good city services and our activities. So thanks to all our business community for the support they give to our city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Staley.
Thank you, Mayor Meyer. Just a quick note, earlier today, we learned that Chuck Bean, who is Executive Director of the Washington Metropolitan Council of Governments, is going to be transitioning at some point in time in the future, I think over the next 7 months, and I just want to publicly thank Chuck for his work. I look forward to continue working with him over the rest of his tenure at COG and with whoever the new Executive Director may be coming in, but just really wanted to shout him out tonight. It's been fantastic to learn from him and the many members at COG and the great resources they provide in our region. So best wishes to Chuck, and I look forward to working to the last day with you over the next 7 months. Thank you, Mayor Meyer.
Councilmember Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of things. The first is thank you to the Parks and Recreation staff for another great Rock the Block last Friday night. I think we're all looking forward to all of our Independence Day celebration events on Monday and Tuesday, parade on Monday, Fireman's Day on Monday. The museum will also be holding an open house between 11 a.m. and 4 p.m. There will be a special presentation, I believe, at 2:45, as well as musical presentations. And then, of course, on Tuesday night is the fireworks and night show, which will be at Fairfax High School. Recently, the third item is recently the city purchased the Matthew property, and I'm going to ask, has that gone to settlement?
Yes, sometime back. The city.
Okay, sometime back.
Yeah.
Well, that's good to know, because one of the things that perhaps we could ask the ESC with their newfound duties to do is to schedule a cleanup day on that property. It is full of invasives, and there's probably quite a lot of trash in there. So, and people in the community in the southeast area have asked me when they're very excited about the purchase, and they've asked me when we might be scheduling a cleanup day. So I hope that we can do that at some time in the near future, put that on the calendar. The next item is we received a really excellent update on lighting in the downtown area, and I'd like to say to the staff, thank you for passing that information along. There are some of us, when we walk at night in the downtown area, we carry a flashlight, so it'll be really super in the future that we don't have to do that. The last item I have is, sometime back I asked a question about diagonal crosswalks in the downtown area, and I hope that we can get some feedback on that in sometime in the near future. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Yee?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I kind of just want to make a note of something a little tragic in our community. 4 days ago, there was our first homicide in 14 years of a very young resident, a 32-year-old man named Greg Glyer. And Greg is also a member of the Trinity Christian School community. And he leaves behind a young family. The police are investigating this as a homicide, but this young man, he was dedicated to a charity that he founded to help those in extreme poverty around the world. And he also was an author on the same subject. But I know that the police are heavily investigating this, and we wanted to put that out there, that anybody who might have any information on this, the police department can be reached at 703-385-7924. And you know, I just want to let the Glyer family that my thoughts and prayers are with them, and especially during this incredibly tragic and difficult time for them. So we're sorry to lose that member of our community, especially this way. Wanted to also touch upon something that earlier we changed agreed to change the seal of our city, and probably something that we should just let go in terms of commenting on. But a gentleman spoke earlier today saying that this was, I don't want to say the exact words, misquote him, but it appeared to me that he was implying that we would be erasing history by changing this seal. And, you know, one of the things that I wanted to talk about our seal was that, you know, first of all, this new seal incorporates a lot of elements of history in our city. For instance, it still retains the 1805 year that our current seal has, which is the founding of the town of Providence, which eventually became the town of Fairfax, which eventually became incorporated into the city of Fairfax. And we only became incorporated into the city of Fairfax in 1961, which I believe at least the front part of this building that we're sitting in today was completed in 1962. And that seal that you see sitting behind this dais right now wasn't even made back then. It was made about a decade after that. And I just want to keep in mind for people that basically this new seal that we're adopting, where we have the facade of the current city hall, that is basically commemorating when the city actually became incorporated, 1 year after it became. So in some ways, I think it provides a lot of historical context, and it is a lot of history involved there. And we have to remember that, I mean, we talk about changing symbols and stuff like that, and there's a place for all of these things too. I mean, we do realize that the United States flag, I think the current one that we know today, is actually only 62 years old. I mean, it's turning 62 years old on July 4th, with the Hawaii being added as the 50th state. So that doesn't mean that erased history. It means that America evolved that way. And I think there's a differentiation between this and certain names or certain places and certain statues or monuments. There's a lot of differences here. So I just want to put that out there to the community that, the seal that we just adopted tonight, I think still reflects a lot of our city's history. And I hope people keep that in mind. And most importantly to me, the process in which we've changed the seal. It's been very clear. The council has been deliberative, and the information has been provided to the council repeatedly, and we've been very public in our discussions about this. And I think, Ms. Zip, you had a slide that showed all the iterations, even going back from the design that incorporated Old Town Hall, and this dais almost unanimously agreed each step of the way on creating that. So I really want to put this out there because I know the temperature will rise more and more as we talk about street renamings next month at our next regular meeting. But as far as our seal goes, this is something that encompasses our whole city. It's on every single piece of equipment in our city. It's on the staff reports we get. It's on our letterhead. It's everywhere. And I know we live in a very historical city, and I hope that people out there understand that. At least speaking for myself here, I don't want to speak for my colleagues, but I think that they intended it as well, that they do want to preserve the history of the city, and we do want to respect that nature of our city. So, and I think that's what we've done tonight with this seal too. So, I'll leave it at that. But I appreciate all the work and especially the process in which we've come to adopt this new seal. Thank you.
Councilmember Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No comments.
Okay. With that, it is 9. I'm sorry.
Did you have comments?
What did you have about Kathy's? No, I don't. Okay. All right. So with that, at 9:36, we are adjourned.
Bye.